Good morning, everyone. Shall we start? Shall we wait for a couple of minutes? Uh, let's see. Maybe let's give a minute and then we'll start. Okay, I'll share my screen. All right, guys, shall we start? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. Um, thank you for joining this workshop. And I'm Vinay, and I have been associated with the IMB as a visiting faculty for about 10 years now, and especially collaborated with Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, with whom I wrote a book which is called 8 Steps to Innovation together. That was in 2013. And with Professor Ganesh Prabhu and we have been doing this design thinking workshops in IIM Bangalore for about 4 years now. And I teach a course which is called Strategic Management of Technology and Innovation. So today, I'm hoping to keep this in the workshop mode where I'll introduce some tools, maybe for half an hour, and then really give you time to work in teams and see if you can play with the tools. And I hope the exercise won't be too trivial for you. We'll learn something in the process. I'll see if I can go around in the breakout rooms to have a chat with all of you. But before we begin, let's see if we can, I'm assuming some of you are currently attending this from outside India. So let's see if you can actually use the annotate function just to get to play with this collaborative mode. So if you see above, you might have an annotate function. So can you annotate your location in this map and see where you are? If assuming, some of you are outside Bangalore or even outside India, just write it. See if you can play with this annotate. Are you able to see annotate key? Let's say if I click on annotate, then I can select something stamp and I can do stamp. I can do this. Okay, so somebody's from, okay, all right, let's see. Melbourne, okay, somebody Chennai, okay, okay, let me see. Anybody else? Any other place? Everybody else is Bangalore. Okay, Bangalore. Any other place? Cool. Let's see, let's just give a few seconds to see if people can annotate something. Okay, so it looks like majority are from Bangalore itself. Okay. Okay, good. At least you're able to use. The idea is to really see if you can use this and play around, because in the exercises, it will help us to, you know, work collaboratively where all of you can write something on the screen and share something at the end. All right, so let me, okay, if I do this, we'll see. Okay, let me clear this. Okay, all right, close this. Okay, so this is really the agenda I have. I have got about 30 minutes in which I want to present 3 tools and really give you about 40 minutes to play with the tools in teams. So we will have breakout rooms where we will have an exercise where all of you will apply each of these tools, and then we'll come back together and have some sharing of the experience. Okay. Now, before I begin, let's see if, let me just have a quick poll just to understand um, what's the kind of familiarity we are having here. Okay, so I'm just launching a poll, quick poll, and just see what kind of familiarity. So I've launched this poll to see how familiar are you with design thinking methodology. Okay, almost yeah, out of 14 out of 16. I'm going to, maybe I'll end the poll now so that you also see where we are. So I'm ending the poll and share the results. Yes, so this is where, yeah, I guess we have, let's say about, yeah, majority are conceptual familiarity, and then equal division between not familiar and practice, but not much. Yeah, and we really don't have an expert. That's okay. You might realize you might know more than you might, might be thinking right now. Yeah, but yeah, that's okay. Let's go ahead. Let's hope some new things we'll learn. Yeah, so I'm going to stop sharing the results. Um, all right. Now, um, okay, let me ask you this question. Maybe you can type your answer. So, do you have any specific questions in your mind? If you have, why don't you just type it on the chat window? I'm going to share a few tools. But if you have some question, I'll try to connect. It's a short session, but who knows? So if you have some specific questions right now in your mind, why don't you try to type it on the chat window so that we at least have them in front of us? Saying, okay, if I get to know this, that will be better. If I get this, that will be better. If you have something, why don't you at least let's take a minute to just write your question. This is I would like to learn, or this is would be nice to have. Let's see if something comes out. Okay. Effective convergence and divergence of ideas, requirements, and arrive at an alignment in short time. Okay, that's Abhijit's question. Thanks, Abhijit, for writing. Okay, Naresh is saying probably use design thinking for product management as well as personal life. Okay, fantastic. Let's see if we get to do that as well. Vinay is saying a lot of noise around design thinking. How much actually use in organizations? Yes, people have no background in product management. Okay, very good question. Joseph is asking, understand customer empathy a bit more. Okay, very nice, Joseph. Thank you. See if there is anything. Okay, good. I think B2B context. Okay, all right. Design thinking B2B and regulatory environment. Okay, that's also a good point. All right, so let's keep these questions in mind. Let's see good references and tools available. Okay, very good. I think okay, that's a good question. I should be able to point out some things. Okay. Uh, all right, guys. So thank you for, and type in more as you think of them. Yeah, we'll try to revisit. Hopefully, we'll get some time. So let me see if I can. Yeah, there's this. Yeah, all right. Okay. So product management role may have multiple responsibilities, and the role may not be really that well defined. But let's assume I have assumed a few things, and I also tell you where we will focus right now. So product management may be responsible, product manager, software product manager may be responsible for the strategy of the product. How do you really differentiate what the competitive competitions and really bring about a competitive advantage? Also responsible for marketing as to how do you really reach to your market, and what's the kind of marketing we use, right? Road mapping, which is to really design features, figure out which feature should come in when, which technologies which are emerging, we should really play with, experiment with, and bring into your roadmap and all that, right? And partnerships, alliances, not everything may be built in-house. So you have to decide what engineering teams might be doing in-house and what are the kind of partnerships. And maybe there are others which I'm missing out. But what I'm going to have a rather humble goal today is let's focus on road mapping. Okay. And also I'll bring out that these tools, how it might affect your strategy and marketing and partnerships. But let's at least focus on road mapping angle, saying that, okay, if I have to really develop and maintain a roadmap, which product managers would be doing mostly, right? What kind of tools might, or how might these tools be helpful for me? That's the question, right? So how might design thinking help in development and maintenance of a product roadmap? And some of these questions will tie up to this question will tie up to, the question about empathy, maybe B2B question that was asked, right? And people have background. So yeah, so let's see if we can tie to some of the questions, but let's keep this question as a primary question. Okay, now, let's start with something very familiar, which is Amazon's landing page. And of course, a product manager and Amazon may not be responsible for the landing page becoming stickier, and also the product returns experience becoming hassle, right? I mean, hopefully, probably there are two of them, but let's assume you are a smaller company where you have this online presence and you have to make a decision between these two. And it may not be so obvious because returns experience for customers may be painful. And of course, you want your landing page to be stickier as well. Once you land there, you want people to stick around. And suppose you have very limited resources, how do you decide, right? So these are the kind of questions which are involved in road mapping. This is one example of about 4 or 5 years old now. Our son was finishing 12th, and this was the pre-university site in for Karnataka, and you needed a migration certificate, right? So if you want to apply for outside Karnataka, you want to get this migration application, which was available here. And but if you click on there, you get a form, and they say you have to get a 360 rupees challan. And what we remember is that we had to travel from our house to about 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers to a State Bank of Mysore bank branch and get this 360 rupees challan, right? So that's the only thing we remember. So sometimes overall site may be very helpful, but some angle gets missed out, and you wonder why is that? Why can't nearest branch of State Bank of Mysore could be useful, right? So design thinking nudges you to look at end-to-end experience, which means what you design may be good, your landing page may be great, but actually, if you look at end-to-end experience, it actually involves, the returns experience as well, right? So at least it nudges you. It may not be always possible, But it says, okay, is it possible to think about, sorry, uh, end-to-end experience? Now, just to give you an example, and this is something you might have already seen. Could a hospital visit be adventurous? Okay, and this is something a product designer came to know the hard way. He had designed this MRI scanner. He visited the hospital where it was being used. And what he found out was that it was a kids section and the kids were really crying and the parents were having a hard time. The nurses were having a hard time and everybody was really having a hard time. And he was saying, okay, well, I mean, I thought have done such a great job designing the product, but looks like the overall experience is not that great. So what he did was he went back, he did some homework and so on, and this is what he ended up creating. Now here, if you see the actual product, the core product, which involves a lot of technology, did not change much. But what changed is the experience. What they have done is they have created an end-to-end pirate adventure journey, which means the kid will be told maybe a day or two before that, look, we are going to go on this adventure journey. And he goes, and right from the first person you talk to in the hospital, they'll tell you, oh man, you've come for this adventure. Welcome to the adventure, right? And all through and through, this theme of pirate adventure gets carried out. And the previous situation really needed every kid to be given anesthesia, okay, because it was very difficult otherwise. Now that came down drastically in the process. And it also significantly improved the productivity. In fact, some kids ask the question, when can we come back again, right? So this is one way to look at end-to-end experience. Now, if you look at another example, which might look a little bit similar, is a village school. This is, I think, coastal Karnataka. And government schools enrollment is going down, year on year. So what the principal did was he saved about 3,000 rupees every month for a year and got the school repainted. Okay, and that's great. You could see smiling faces. That came in the news. I think they got some alumni students visiting and they contributed, they built some toilets. Now, if you compare this with the GMRI scanner, on the face of it, both look similar. But one area where they would be perhaps quite different is the school painting from outside is only a small part of overall learning experience for the students. So out of, if they spend 6 hours, 8 hours, majority of the time students spend inside the classroom. How many days can a student remain excited just because it's painted nicely from outside? So while on one hand, it is really nice to have this ambiance, somebody who is concerned about end-to-end experience would eventually go down to the experience inside the classroom and say, oh, can that also be made more fun and not boring and so on? Yeah. Of course, it doesn't have to be end-to-end all the time. What the principal did was something which was within his control, which was doable for him. It's much harder to make the inside of a classroom more fun. Okay, it involves changing teachers, pedagogy, and all that, right? So one can start anywhere, but eventually one needs to look at end-to-end experience. Now, design thinking is an iterative process. Now, this may appear trivial, but it looks sometimes not really so easy to put in practice, because we have this linear mode of thinking. We are given a problem, we are given requirements, and we have a solution that we do. And that's sort of linear process. The other way to look at it is we are actually doing problem solving on one hand, and from solution, we are doing problem discovery. Yeah. So even for a Rubik's Cube, the Arno Rubik, for him, he had to start somewhere and say, okay, what problem am I solving, right? And it takes maybe 4 years, 5 years to really define the right problem. and slowly get there. Yeah. So design thinking is perhaps a lot more about problem discovery, and that's where empathy comes in, and that's where experimentation comes in and testing comes in. And it's about both really, but it's really about this iterative mindset where from solution, can I empathize and understand, oh, what can I do better about the problem? Am I solving the right problem? And so on. Yeah. I'm just taking one simple way to look at design thinking, which has these 5 elements: empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and test. But a better way to look at it is actually this circle. Yeah. Where everything is iterative. And where do you enter a circle? Okay, so this is the question. Guys, where would you enter a circle like this? Which step um, would you enter a circle? Where would you begin? Empathy. Okay, Naresh says empathy. Anybody else? Okay, empathy. All right, empathy. Ideate. Okay, see my saying ideate. All right, let's see. Okay, so okay, define. All right, so we have. I mean, looks like we have multiple places you can enter. But if you look at really, if you really look at it as a circle, then you can enter it anywhere. Yeah, you can. I mean, why not enter? Why not enter with testing? You have an existing product, and you go to customer. You watch your customer using your product, and you empathize and see if you can find out, oh, what is it that is exciting about this product to customer, and what is it that they don't like or they are pained about, and that gives you an idea as to, oh, can we work on this, right? So while I would say I agree, I mean, frankly speaking, you can enter whichever you would like to enter, but the short answer could also be that you could enter anywhere in a circle, so long as you are open for the iteration, right? So after testing, if you're ready to look at what is working well and what is not, then you're going to iterate. Otherwise, if you fall in love with your product, then it's going to be difficult anyway. Yeah. Okay, so that's really, so now I'm going to just start quickly on the 3 tools. Okay, and let's see how far we go. So tool 1 is journey mapping. Now, this is a workshop, co-innovation workshop, where I was the facilitator. And the workshop began actually as improving or reimagining a particular product, which was part of airline crew management. And this gentleman, who was, I think, senior vice president of this airline company, had come down. And what you see at the background is really an entire journey of the crew being managed. Okay. So there was an interviewing process which happened with the people who had come. And people said, okay, in this entire process of onboarding the crew, then training them, assigning them, and managing them, all that, right? What kind of experience do people have? Of course, what we didn't have was the actual crew member, but we had at least a senior management perspective. Okay. And from that, they actually discovered that the tool that they are trying to reimagine, the software product, was the least of the problem as far as these set of people are concerned. There were some areas where actually they were really, really struggling managing with Excel sheets and scrambling, and they would have rather have something there rather than this thing. So sometimes when you have an end-to-end experience map, suddenly you discover new things, bigger opportunities, which you had not even thought of. So there are 3 steps to look at in the journey map. One is you start with stages of your journey, right? So journey of what? Okay, so journey could be of a product, of a person. So the crew member is a person, but it could also be journey of a product. It could be object, it could be service. Now, in this case, it's a service, which is car service that we give, car for servicing. So you identify the journey stages. In this case, I have just picked service booking, car pickup, service, and car drop. Some simplistic stages. And what you see here on the y-axis is really the emotion intensity. That is, you're going to make observations and plot them. So let me just go to step number 2, which is put experiences in each stage. You can interview people, you can ask different stakeholders. People who are working may have some experience, customers may have another experience. So here you can see some sort of post-it notes have been put there. And if I expand, let's say this car pickup, which is really at the bottom. Now, if you see emotional intensities on the y-axis, let me see if I can use this pen. Yeah. So this emotional intensity means here is positive emotions. So if you are really, really delighted, so this is an observation where somebody is really delighted, right? And if you're, if you're really unhappy, then this is where you put. In this stage, somebody is really frustrated. Okay, so I'm just expanding this frustrated. Oh, the person came very late and didn't even apologize. There may be some reason for why this frustration is there. So this is the second stage, and and you can imagine this can happen in a meeting like it is shown in the previous picture, but it could also happen every day as you get input from customers or whoever visits the customer, and it can just build up over the days. It can be a wall in your office, it can be a virtual wall, and it can just build up over the days. And the third step is really identify bright spots and dark spots. This is a bright spot which is on the top, where you say, okay, why is somebody so delighted? And if somebody is delighted here, why can't I why can't I copy this to here and so on? And why is somebody so frustrated? Why can't I do something about it? Right? So you automatically get some questions that you may want to then look at as to which is more important. Okay, so this is the tool. Now this was an example of a journey map in one of my workshops. The participants here were from Credai, which is all they were builders from um, the consortium of real estate developers of India. And what they have done is they have mapped the journey of their customers, and you can see the stages as pre-booking, booking a house, payment cycle, possession and registration, and living and maintenance. And they have various observations, and they realized that there are a lot of challenges. And if they were to pick, some of them said, okay, if we were to pick just one thing, then perhaps we could pick registration. Sometimes registration can be very, very, it's boring and takes a lot of waiting time and customer is frustrated. But sometimes their construction execution takes a lot of time. So there are different ways they look at it, but this is just an example of how it can be built collectively. So observations can come from customers, they can come from support staff, meanings, let's say in a software product firm, you may have a call center which is supporting. Now the call center may have a lot of data about as to what the customer is pained about. That can be also one of the inputs. Account managers, product managers, employees, right? If you take an online purchases, your journey stages could be search, then comparison of products, checkout, delivery, and support and returns. I'm just taking some examples, right? Okay, so this is the tool number one. What's the challenge for this tool? The challenge could be listening. Okay, it may sound trivial, but this is one of my experience in the workshop where one of the participants, she was head of marketing, and she came to me after the workshop. She had done journey mapping exercise for 2 days during this 2-day workshop. And she asked, why should we do journey mapping? She was from Colombo actually, and she was part of hospitality industry. And her question was, I know what my customer wants. He only wants low cost rooms. So sometimes our beliefs can bias us in certain ways. so that we stop listening. You say, why should I do journey mapping? Because I know my customer. And once you say, I know my customer, you are kind of blocked in actually observing and listening to what customers say. Yeah, so that could be one of the challenges. Okay, let me also quickly show you tool number 2, which is a metaphoric challenge framing. Okay, so let me see if uh, okay, so the question that Shrikant has asked is, in the y-axis, do you look at any other parameters? So actually, this emotional angle is something you are using while plotting. The observation actually can come from any of these stages, right? But emotion is one of the key proxy you're using for the experience. So you know, and that's what puts the observations up if it's really delightful, and at the bottom if it's not. Yeah, but observations themselves can be on any of these stages. um, they can be from development side, they can be from customer side, from senior management side, really. So there can be various stakeholders. And in fact, um, which challenge you finally select um, automatically may point to your segmentation. So it has some angle where you can connect it to marketing, because you say, look, let's focus on this challenge. Okay. Then you say, oh, whose challenge are we selecting? And that decides, oh, this is the segment we are currently focusing on. So it automatically may have some implications um, for segmentation and marketing. Yeah, but Shrikant, I mean, maybe we can come back to this if really you have something else in mind. Yeah. Let's look at tool 2, which is metaphoric challenge framing. Okay. Um, so these guys from the Credai guys, they ended up framing this challenge. You know, can we provide end-to-end experience like Taj Hotel? Okay. Now you might say, look, where is Taj and where is the experience provided by our developers today, right? And there's so much of a difference. But that's okay. I mean, you know, that's a metaphor they want to use, and they may start with something. They may start with the reception area of Taj, and they may say, look, can we at least first, let's say, when a customer walks in, can we do something about it, right? So once you create Taj as a metaphor, then you can find out various sub experiences of Taj experience and say, okay, can we borrow something from here? Can we borrow something from there? And so on, right? So metaphors act as a powerful way of suddenly jumping your experience, and you are trying to imagine now various things beyond where you are. Yeah. Um, Now, Aether Energy is a company which is a Bangalore-based company which has this two-wheeler e-scooter, right? And one of the metaphors they have used is Tesla, right? Can we create a Tesla for e-scooters in India? Now you might say, look, I mean, where is Tesla, and you know, what are you trying to say? But see, once you use Tesla, then okay, maybe let me ask you these questions. What are the kind of things you think might be implied by using Tesla as a metaphor here for e-scooters? What are the kinds of things they might be now thinking about, or automatically gets implied? What do you think? Design, yes, it should be, it should have the appeal, engineering marvel, yes. User experience, true. What else? Anything else that you can think of? Um, Brand, yes, that's true. And what gets associated with brand? I mean, style is one. Uniqueness, yes. Comfort. It would also be power, actually, right? Tesla would have a lot of power. And there's one angle which I feel is relevant. Sorry about this. Um, so one angle which is very important from software product perspective is the platform angle, right? Tesla does over the air software upgrades, right? And Tesla can make your car more autonomous after a software upgrade. Um, I think what you said actually is correct, but Aether Energy has also borrowed the platform angle from Tesla, which can do diagnostics automatically and as well as software upgrades automatically. And Tesla does that, or rather, Aether Energy does that as well. And one of Ganesh Prabhu, who is my friend, who has got I think 2 Aethers, and he talks about these software upgrades and how they affect, right? So that's how once you have a metaphor, automatically you all of you found out various attributes to think about. Okay, so this is again from one of my classmates who is a CIO at Washington Post, um, and he says, publishers need to have the speed of Google, beauty of Apple, and convenience of Amazon. Right? I mean, maybe it looks very ambitious, but here you see using metaphors with attributes also, right? So you have, I mean, you have a speed of Google, which means you are identifying the attribute and the metaphor and attribute, right? Beauty of Apple. So you're not just saying Apple, the beauty of. So you are actually using both the attribute and the metaphor. Okay, both are very useful. Now, this is just another example where you can say, if goal is recommendation that you want to do to your customers, then can it be as reliable as Netflix? And you could also take Amazon. Cloud migration, can it be as easy as a single click? That was one of my customers had kept that as a framing. Journey time estimate, if I'm going to give some estimate as to how long it will take for you to this journey, can it be as accurate as Uber, right? School experience as fun as a train ride, that's what we saw. Construction phase as predictable as a planning phase. An afternoon as energetic as morning. Now, somebody has asked this question of using this design thinking in personal life as well. Now, if you look at this last question, you could, what this actually, if you look at these 2 examples, last 2 examples, these are actually the bright spots in your journey. If you look at your journey in your typical day, your morning might be more energetic and afternoon might not be. I'm just taking as an example. So what you're saying is, and for these credai guys, these real estate developer guys, the planning phase happens much better than the construction phase, right? Construction phase gets delayed and so on. So that one of the groups actually framed this challenge: can our construction phase be as predictable as planning phase, right? So you're using bright spot as a metaphor for framing, right? Um, and that's one way you can use it in your daily life, personal life as well. All of us will have bright spots, something which is working well, and some things which are not working well. And sometimes we lose track of these bright spots because we sometimes only focus on the dark spots. So if we can keep track of bright spots, that might help you frame challenge in certain ways. Okay, so that is another way to look at. So this was tool number 2. I'm just going to summarize. Sorry, I'm going a little fast, but tool number 1 was journey mapping. Tool number 2 is using metaphors for framing the challenge. Metaphors can come from outside, from another sector. They can also come from internal bright spots, which is what is working very well. Yeah. And let's look at the last tool. Okay. Now, last tool is about experimentation. Okay. So first tool was about empathy, which is what we are, journey mapping. The second tool was about define stage of how do you define or frame a challenge. And this third tool is useful in terms of experimentation. Now, there are various ways to experiment. I'm going to talk about one tool which is called doing the last experiment first. Okay. Now, this is one of the news things which came up very recently, December, where RBI said they are going to crack down HDFC Bank's internet outage. I mean, essentially, HDFC Bank was not able to manage its internet outages, right? Which means data center outages really. And there, RBI said we are going to stop your signing new customers for credit cards. It's a big thing. Now you might wonder why is this really that difficult to prepare for data center outages? Are they so too rare and are they so hard to prepare for them? Okay. Now, if you look at what Werner Vogel, who is the CTO of Amazon, says, what Amazon has been doing for um, number of years is actually pre-announced game days where they'll say, look, we are going to actually shut down some data centers. I mean, not data center shutting down, but the link from them. And you have to manage, you have to keep your online services alive. And let's see how you manage, right? And they said, when we started this, actually they struggled. They had done all these guidelines, they had followed, but actually when it came to shutting down or rather, removing the link, people struggled. But over a period, they picked up. So you are actually creating experimentation purposely to really learn from them, right? So it's like saying we are going to have data center failures created internally, and you learn to manage them. That is what is called doing the last experiment first. Actually, I'm sorry, I didn't look at this question that was asked by Naresh. Does metaphor have to align with strategic narrative? Well, that's one way, I guess, Naresh, you could use metaphors as well. For example, this Tesla, they had an option, or rather, Ether Energy. Okay, sorry. Too much of background noise. Let me see if I can wait for a second. Okay. So the Ether Energy guys had a dominant metaphor when they started, which was China e-scooter, which was low-cost e-scooter. So many times your strategy could be influenced by the dominant metaphors in the business models, like this China e-scooter, and it is not easy to think of metaphors which are away from the dominant metaphors. Okay, but once you use them, it could become very well connected with your strategic narrative. So yes, it's possible, and it's definitely useful to do it. Okay, so okay, that was anything else. All right, yeah. Let me go back to this. Doing the last experiment first. So what does it involve? It involves finding out a leap of faith assumption, critical to the success of the idea, for which you have very little evidence, mostly gut feel, right? And you try to do that experiment first. So testing leap of faith assumption as early as possible is sometimes called doing the last experiment first. I'm going to give you one example, which is my favorite. Okay. And this is comes from a rock climber. His name is Alex Honnold. And he's shown in this picture climbing a 3,000 feet vertical cliff called El Capitan in California, Yosemite. And he's doing it without ropes. It's called free solo, right? There's no rope. And he's currently shown in this picture doing the most difficult step in this climb at about 2,000 feet. It's called the boulder problem, where he has to use almost like a karate kick. He has stretched, he's a very tall guy, and he has stretched his left leg really long. And it looks almost like a suicide attempt. You're at 2,000 feet, you have no rope, any small thing and you're down. And our man is saying in his TED talk, you can watch this, highly recommended, that this felt like as comfortable as a walk in the park. And it's almost not possible to believe what he's saying, And then slowly he tells his practice. What did he do? And he did a lot of things, but let me just focus on the boulder problem. I mean, he did just 1 year, he was just doing the leg stretch. Okay. He had a diary where 1,000 steps of this journey were mapped. Each was probably 3 feet. And he had sort of memorized everything about each step, but let's not go there. Let's look at this picture where he's shown practicing the boulder problem. And you can see rope there actually. So what it means is he number of times went from rappelled down from this wall from the top using rope, and he's practicing just this boulder problem with ropes and failing. So you see, he's actually trying to fail fast with respect to the hardest step of the journey. And that's like doing the last experiment first. I mean, technically the first is just, it's not necessarily the first thing, but at least you don't keep it for the last. Because if you fail here, if you are not able to manage this, then at least you can close your idea now. You're saying, well, I'm sorry, I don't think I can manage this, right? So this is the confidence you need. And let me show you one more thing. This is also yet another video where you, again, I'm not sure whether he actually did that, but the boulder problem was recreated inside an indoor gym here. This is not his gym, the gym guy advertising here, but he was invited to just show the skill, and he almost like a looks like a dance, graceful dance when he manages that. Okay, what it means is you can also recreate to some extent the most difficult challenges inside in some lab form, right? It's like a laboratory, and you can practice a lot so that you are at least much better in navigating it outside. So these are some of the examples. This is last example I take. This is from iPhone's journey quite early on, 2004, and narrated by this guy called Ken Kosienda, who was considered the father of autocorrect. What they realized is that the typing on this multi-touch phone, the accuracy was not at all reaching to the levels they wanted, which means the keys were very small, and when you put your fingers, it was touching other keys, and it was just not going anywhere. At one point, the engineering manager called all the about dozen of them in a corridor and said, from now on, all of you are keyboard engineers, which means every day, everybody only presents keyboard prototypes which tackle this problem. It's like announcing that this is the challenge. If we don't solve, the project is off, right? It's an extreme example of putting all engineering efforts on hold and only focusing on one challenge, because that's the experiment. If it fails, you might call off the project, right? That's the kind of situation. So this is, to me, an extreme way in which how it a leap of faith assumption can be tried out. But you can also imagine doing it in somewhat less dramatic way as well. So, okay, now I'm going to stop and hand it over to you guys. Okay, so these are the three tools we looked at. We looked at journey mapping, and we looked at metaphoric challenge framing, and we looked at doing the last experiment first. Okay, and I'm going to give you the challenge that you're going to go in the breakout rooms and do apply these three things. Okay, so let's look at this site which you either are familiar for your parents, for somebody, which is covin.gov.in app, right? And let's imagine you are the product manager for this app. Each of you might have experience either, for somebody else. I have experience for scheduling it for my parents, and for you might be heard it from your friends or whatever, right? Let's apply three tools to improve the design of this. Get some end-to-end experience somewhere, right? So we'll have these 4 people breakout rooms and total 40 minutes. Hopefully we'll get 40 minutes. Okay, first 10 minutes, each team member takes turns, okay, in narrating his or her experience related to this. Okay, and what are you narrating really? I feel primarily 2 things. I like, which means some things you like in your experience, and I wish they're done. And please keep into account the end-to-end experience as much as possible. Okay, so let's say that's 10 minutes. Next 10 minutes, you populate the journey map as a team. What are the possible stages of this journey map? Discovery of this app, scheduling appointment, waiting time in the hospital or clinic, vaccination, and post-vaccine care, let's say. Now, this is ideally a silent exercise where each one is parallelly plotting. That's why I tried to use this annotate exercise in the beginning. So see if you can do it as silently as possible, because otherwise, tell sort of dominate the whole thing. So see if everybody can participate really. Next 10 minutes, see if you can frame a challenge using metaphors and attributes. Using one of these issues or bright spots also is okay. So you see if you can identify one in the journey map, identify one challenge area. Can we improve the experience here type? Yeah. And see if you can use a metaphor. The metaphor can come from a bright spot within the journey map, or it can come from outside. And last 10 minutes, identify leap of faith assumption in your idea, and see if you can define a last experiment. So this is what I want you guys to play with. So let me just now stop here. Okay. Why don't you take a picture of this so that you have these with you, what to do when you go into breakout rooms. So any questions on this exercise that we want to play with? Actually, we may not have 40 minutes. We may have maybe 35 minutes. Yeah. Okay, so actually, why don't you go and check? So it's okay. I mean, if you're not familiar, have you heard of anybody who has gone for? So anybody who you have heard of taking this vaccination in India, they would have used. So it's really an experience that you really um, are requiring. But if you're not familiar, that's fine too. Maybe others can help here. Yeah. So you don't have to be familiar with the site per se, but experience from somebody who has actually gone for the first shot or tried to schedule an appointment, something like that. Any other question? You can also take a minute or two to just go and play with it. It's really very simple. Um, anybody else? Okay, so let me then. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing so that I can just see you guys also and see if something. If you have something before we break out. So guys, anything that um, any question you have? Shall we? So we're going to have random splitting, and then maybe let's take 35 minutes instead of 40. Is that okay? Okay. Can we have breakout rooms created now? Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Sanjeev. Hello, Sanjeev.
Uh, Shiva, are you? Do you want to join one of the teams or? Hello, Shiva.
So can I assign him to any of the groups, sir, randomly?
Yeah, was he? I'm just check. Was he there in the class earlier? I just want to check. Otherwise, he maybe lost.
Yes.
Shiva. Yeah.
Hi, you're asking me? Hi.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to be joining a particular team? Were you there in the class so far?
I was there earlier. I got disconnected
Okay.
due to some other issues.
Okay. Then
I,
were you part of one of the teams actually?
no, not really.
Okay. Okay. So then, yeah. Actually, why don't room number 4 is the smallest one.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll assign.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Shiva, you may have to click something to join.
And one more participant joined just now.
Okay, why don't we check with him? Ranga, is that?
No, he left.
Okay. Let me check. How much time is left now for breakout rooms to close?
Sir, 4 minutes 47 seconds now.
Okay.
Yes.
It's like time maybe up now, right? Is it? Ah, sorry. Good. Um, all right, guys, everybody's back. Okay, so before we actually, look at some of your findings, I just want to say that I've shared a couple of links on the chat window where these are my blogs where I have listed design thinking resources. One is related to overall process, and the second blog is about the empathy related resources. So you might find some of them useful. Okay, so let's see if
Sorry, one quick question. Where did you share that? In the chat?
on the chat window.
We can't see it on chat. We don't have it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can't see the links.
No.
Sorry, Vinay, what is that one? I missed it.
No,
Okay, I thought I have shared some links, couple of links on the chat window.
yeah, now we got, at least I got one from
Yeah.
IM. One link I got.
Okay, now I think he's resharing. Okay, so thanks. So I think he'll share the other one also, the second one also. Okay, let's see what did you find out from the journey map? Anybody wants to just take up? I mean, we don't have too much time, but let's say where would you focus end-to-end experience in the vaccination process?
Time was
Where
not enough,
would-
Vinay. Yeah. So
Naresh, where would you focus?
time was not enough. That is one thing. So you cannot.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we should have probably have lot more time. But let me see from whatever you get. What did you figure out? Where would you?
Vinay, can I share my screen?
Okay, sure, Karthik. Quickly, if you can tell us.
So this was
So
more of
instead of going through everything, maybe if you can give a gist quickly, then that may be helpful.
yeah. So clearly, it was what we found was from the likes, the pin code, and all the detailed instruction handbook was really good. But what was missing is the no clear instructions. The text box app, the overall usability was bad, and all of that. And then we kind of came up with the journey map. One is awareness of the authenticity of vaccination, the entire benefits of why one needs to get vaccinated, then registration of the app, then appointment booking in the hospital, customer validation by the app, then allow patients to get vaccines, then minimum patients to proceed with vaccination at the hospital. This point is unless you have minimum number of patients, the vaccination wouldn't start. So this is that process. And then once you get vaccinated, you need to wait for 30 minutes for observation. And that's what we charted out from an end-to-end journey map standpoint. And then the wow moment was the download certificate link that you get as an SMS. And from a metaphor
Karthik,
standpoint,
so sorry to interrupt, but where would you focus? If you were to focus on one area of improving the experience, where would you focus? As a group, did you guys discuss that?
I think from an information standpoint, the overall, the experience of no clear instructions once on a particular
That's where you
usability, basically.
Okay, usability. Thank you so much. Thank you. So let's see if we have some other inputs. Okay, let's ask metaphors. Did you guys think of any other metaphors that you might use for this experience as a comparison?
Yeah, we found, right? Karthik can share that.
Okay.
The entire experience should be as good as booking an appointment in M5 or Urban Clap.
Okay, I see. Okay. Fair enough. So that's fine. Okay. So urban clap these are good metaphors. And you're trying to as good as you're saying. So maybe is it a convenience of the process?
Book a vaccine from home. Night.
Okay. Yeah.
You get a message. Morning they come and take the shot and go back.
I see. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thanks. Let's see if.
So from our team, right, Kiran, Seema, and Manisha, our team, we actually saw the overall experience, right? It's not for this vaccination is not for one person or not for the only people or software engineers. Right. It is for the whole inclusive society, right? Yeah. So we try to connect with the polio drops, which is polio drops and chickenpox, which was effectively successful in India, right? So we have either not use either which language. Probably we would use Hindi, right?
Yeah.
Which may result to the maximum amount of people, or we will probably use like as simple as pulley drops, like this is something suggested by Kiran, right? And then as easy as single click, or a shot of hope. So with shot of hope mainly because we don't know yet, because the clinical trial is still under progress. So we thought at that angle. So we have not gone to the nitty-gritties of the websites and things like that, right?
Yeah. So Naresh, I think that's fine. The only thing, my suggestion would be that if you want to think of people who are, let's say, not necessarily literate, they may want to read in vernacular languages,
Correct.
or may not be even good. They may not be able to read also. Now, if you really want to build a journey map, then it might be useful also to interview and observe these people, rather than just making assumptions about their how the experience is for them. So
So
the farther away the customer is from your side, the more helpful it might be to actually go in the field and watch them and talk to them and so on. That may be one thing to just keep in
correct. So
mind.
the user research is definitely required, right? So in this area, because we don't know the users yet. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we feel that we know them, but it may still be worthwhile, going and observing them and talking. So that is what it would be helpful. Yeah.
Sure.
Anybody else?
So Vinay,
Any other
Gaurav here
observations
from,
on? Yeah, Gaurav, please.
yeah. So from chat room 3, along with Vinu, and Nagamani, so the metaphor that we tried to use was like the Prometrics, right? Because it is very convenient platform to schedule your exams. So you are doing something similar to that you are first of all registering, discovering the center. You need the the map interface to reach up to there, how to report. Then you need to have people who would escort you and guide you what to do and how to do the entire process. One point that Vinu made in perspective of how to get the entire process discoverable. I'm sorry, Vinu, I was actually negating you at that point. But from a user perspective, on Arogya Setu, there are not more than 16 crore people. But to cover the entire population as an inclusiveness, you definitely need to have certain centers whereupon these illiterate people can go and initiate their process. So I think that was one good point that Vinu made.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Thanks for sharing. Anybody who wants to share about this last experiment first site? Did anybody reach that point?
Yes, we did reach. Karthik, you can share.
Yeah.
Share.
So I think Joseph and Srikanth were part of my group. So we thought we will do the most difficult experiment, which is to deliver this kind of an experience, the vaccine for the remotest village, if you have to call that way, with no electricity, internet, mobile access, and see how that works.
I see. Okay, that definitely is one candidate for. Thank you. Thanks for.
Sure. Thanks, Vinay.
Good candidate for checking whether there is some validity in terms of inclusivity in the process.
Yeah, extreme use case.
Yeah, extreme use case. Yeah, any other thought or any? Sorry, it was sort of a rushed exercise, but I thought it'll give you some idea. Anybody has any points to make, observations? Okay, one thing which I just want a couple of questions which I want to address. One is this B2B context. One way that I've seen this can be used, which I showed you a picture of this workshop, which is co-innovation workshops, where in the B2B context, you actually organize a co-innovation workshop with your customer where you build this journey map, you interview them, the stakeholders, and go through this process of framing, and then maybe even designing quick prototypes, or saying at least design of prototype, this is what we'll design and validate. So that's something you may want to look at in a B2B context. Then there was another question from, let's see, which I thought. Now, journey mapping, okay, this is Vinu's question. There's a lot of noise about this human-centered design, how actually to do it in organization. See, journey map can also be looked upon as a wall that you can dedicate for journey map in the office, if it's a physical office, where on a day-to-day basis, you just populate it with the inputs from customers that you get, or whichever stakeholders. I think, I have heard, for example, at least in Zoom, this Zoom broadcasts customer pain points to all employees. That's just one extreme example. But even if you take some pain points and just put it on the wall for everybody to see, both pain points as well as delight points, right? That might throw some light as to where you can focus on. So that is something that you can do on a day-to-day basis. And at the end of a month or something, you can just have a team meeting and look at this journey map and say, oh, let's focus here. Or where do we focus? So it can give you a good perspective.
So
Okay,
Vinay, where do you use the creative tools like thinking hats, various creative tools?
You could use them, I would say, in any. So, for example, you could use them in defined stage also, where you are trying to understand people's pain points from different angles. You could use them in the ideation phase, where once the problem is framed, you can think of solutions from different hats perspective. So you could use them in, in fact, designing experiments also, you can designing different mechanisms. So creative phase can be added to any of these angles within this design thinking part.
All right.
Yeah. Now, how is innovative thinking and design thinking related? Well, they are, okay. So design thinking, one area where it really emphasizes is empathy. Okay. Now, if you're really solving a problem which is very well defined, let's say technology problem, you want to improve performance, you may not need empathy there. The problem is well defined. It may be just be a technology solution, right? Whenever your problem discovery is really under question, and typically that's under question where human beings are involved, design thinking would nudge you to at least empathize with customer's experience. And it would say, look at end-to-end experience as well. And that's something innovative thinking may or may not emphasize. Especially inventive thinking may say, look, I've filed for patents and this is my product. But actually whether it serves the purpose is a question to which design thinking will nudge you. Is that okay, Swati? Okay, any last question before we close?
Okay, so based on the exercise, right? This is a question. When we did the exercise, I had this, right? So when I actually define the last mail, right? Basically, the leap of faith assumption. Yeah, how do I be ethical in my assumption, right? Because
so Naresh, first of all, that's a fantastic question. It's not easy question because the way you will frame a challenge may be biased by the kind of pressures you are under, the kind of KRAs you are put under.
Right.
So one way to look at it is to be able to observe your own thought process and check your beliefs, whether you are really, what kind of assumptions are you making? And that's not easy. But if you can bring out those assumptions, you might figure out some of the assumptions where you're compromising something which you wouldn't want to do it, right? You may not always have the time and luxury to do it, but I would say it's a very important thing to look at. Yeah.
Because I think during this, right, when I raised a point, then when Seema and then Kiran, right, they have a counterpoint. Then I understood, okay, there is the complexity behind too much of selling, right?
Yeah. So let's end with one last just poll where I'm just asking you which of these three tools you might be trying, kind of thing. Let's see what people feel now at the end. Yeah, I'll just launch that so that we get some idea. As now that you've done this, this is a multiple choice, so you could have more than one as well. But what might I try? Okay, I'm just launching it. Yes, and that's where we end. Okay, good. I think we are almost there. Okay, so I'm just going to end the poll so that and share the results. Yeah, so I guess this is where it is. Doesn't matter whichever you can try. It's what works for you that matters. So thanks a lot. Um, and it was a pleasure to really interact with all of you. Yeah, and you can always reach out to me on my email, and happy to interact further. Is that okay? Any questions before we close?
Vinay, I had a question.
Yeah.
Usually, for journey mapping in B2B,
Yeah.
getting to understand your actual users sometimes become difficult. So the people or the from a customer standpoint, the persona, if you have to call that way, with whom you kind of interact are again people who are part of business only, right? So they're not the actual end users. So
Yeah.
how do you know that you have done the right uh, customer journey mapping or not? I mean, is there any tool that you can validate?
Yeah. So, okay, fantastic question, Karthik. What I would say is, if you look at this process as iterative process, if you ask me, you are likely to make mistakes in the first few iterations anyway.
Okay.
It's damn difficult to bring out the real pain points or real pleasure points also, right? So they are on the surface somewhere, what you're getting. So you build prototypes quickly and you iterate and you say, oh man, this is not what they really want. And you redefine the problem. You again figure out this is not what. So it's, if you look at this whole as iterative process, the speed of iteration is actually a significant parameter. Speed and cost of iteration. So long as your prototyping and cost is very low, then you can iterate more and more. And the more you iterate and listen to customers and observe, the more likely you're going to discover the real stuff.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Anybody else? Happy to just send me a mail if you have anything. Happy to interact.
Thanks, Vinay.
Yeah. Kiran.
Thank you very much. Nice.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, thanks for being, so interactive. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Vinay.
Yeah, bye.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the workshop, the SPM Primer workshop. Thank you for joining me here. I hope you can hear me well. Sorry for being a few minutes late, but I had to finish the fireside chat first, and you can still see the fireside behind me. Okay, maybe we wait for a minute till other participants of the fireside chat have switched sessions. I can already share my screen here. Okay. So I hope you can all see my screen. Okay. I would like this session to be interactive. It is not a lecture, so I want this to be a real workshop. So please feel free, if you have questions, to put them into the chat, and we can talk about your questions during the workshop. So let me start. There will be a short prelude, and then we'll go into the foundations of software product management and all the different elements, starting with product strategy, and then go into product planning, strategic management, and orchestration before we end it up. A few words about myself. My name is Hans-Bernd. I am running my own company, Innotivum, which is a training and consulting company. I'm also the chairman of ISPMA, the International Software Product Management Association, and I am the co-chair of this conference. My background has been in software all my career. So I started with studying computer science, and then I worked for IBM as a software developer, and later on in project management positions, in line management positions in development. And then I got my first job in product management. And I became responsible for the product management of one of IBM's mainframe operating systems. Later on, I was responsible for product management of IBM's database and application development products in Europe. Then I switched to the customer side, and I was a director of the Computer Science Center of the German Savings Banks organization, which is the largest retail banking organization in Germany. And then I started my own business, Innotivum. And since then, I've done lots of consulting projects, trainings for all kinds of companies all over the world. Some very big ones like Samsung in Korea or Infosys in India, but also mid-sized companies and even startups. So huge spectrum of companies that I've been involved in. Over time, I've written a couple of books on the subject of software product management, The latest one is the one here on the left side, which is compliant with ISBMA's material. So we call this also the ISBMA compliant study guide and handbook, which means that you can use it as a textbook for all ISBMA-based trainings. A few words about ISBMA. The organization was started 12 years ago by a group of experts from both industry and academia. And the idea from the very beginning, the vision was that we want to foster software product management excellence across industries and establish SPM as a discipline of its own, both in academia and on the industry side. You may be aware that there are not too many academic institutions offering education on software product management. Actually, IIMB is one of the first ones offering a course for its MBA students on software product management. The way we do this is we have built what we call an SPM body of knowledge, which is documented in our syllabi and also in the book. And that is the basis for commercial trainings as well as university courses. And we also have created certification based on this body of knowledge. So that's the approach that we have chosen. What you see here are our fellow members. The fellow members are the experts who develop and continue to develop ISBMA's body of knowledge. So this is a really interesting group of people, very international, very diverse. We have people from academia, quite a number of university professors. We have people from the industry. You have met some of them here during the conference. So here is Haragopal Mangipudi. Hara is a professor of IIMB. He's a board member of ISBMA, and he's also the chairman of the Indian chapter of ISBMA. Down here you have Sanjay K, who is also involved in this conference. A couple of other people, Franco Gatti down here from ABB, Barbara Heusel here, who is just the session chair of the parallel chat session. So really a good group of people, highly knowledgeable. And that is one of the unique aspects of ISBMA, that we are able to combine all this knowledge in our body of knowledge. This is what we call the SPM framework, and we have just released the new version 2.0 of this framework months ago. So that's what you see here. The idea behind this framework is that we want to show all the relevant activities in a software organization from a product manager's perspective. So you see 7 columns here. The columns are really functional areas of a software organization. This does not necessarily mean that the organizational structure is identical to this, but from a functional perspective, this is what software product organizations need to do. So on the right side, you see the functional areas of development, marketing, sales and fulfillment, and delivery services and support. And here, the role of the software product manager is really orchestration. These activities are not under the direct responsibility of the product manager. They are under the responsibility of the respective line managers. But the product manager has to make sure that all the people in these functional areas contribute to the success of the product in the best possible way. The columns of product strategy and product planning are really the columns that are under direct SPM responsibility. So that's what we call the core of software product management. And then on the left side, you see the column strategic management. These are activities usually on a corporate or business unit level that product managers are involved in. This column also includes market analysis and product analysis. If a company has specialists for these activities, then the specialists usually work on a company level and provide information to product managers. If a company does not have these kind of specialists, then market analysis and product analysis is part of the product manager's responsibilities. And that's why they are also in this blue color here. The structure of this framework is also the structure of our body of knowledge and of our trainings. So this gives you a complete overview what we are talking about in our material. And this is also the structure that I am going to use for this primer. All right. Any questions so far? No questions yet in the chat. Feel free to put questions whenever you have them. All right. So based on this, we have created our curriculum, which consists of 5 modules. There is a foundation level module that covers the whole spectrum of activities that you see in the SPM framework. And then there are 4 modules on what we call excellence level. And you can see here that the modules focus on the different areas of the framework. So there are modules on product strategy and product planning, on strategic management, and on orchestration. Each of these modules comes with its own syllabus and its own certification based on a certification exam. Here you can see the current latest versions of our syllabi. I already told you that we have just released version 2.0 of the framework and the foundation level syllabus. We are working on corresponding updates of the excellence level syllabi. ISPMA has been conducting the SPM Summit as a conference, as a gathering point, not only for our membership, but also for all people interested in the subject of software product management. What we are currently doing is the SPM Summit organized in cooperation with IIMB. We have plans for an SPM Summit in the US, possibly with Carnegie Mellon University. And we have already scheduled the next SPM Summit in Europe for March 22, hoping that at that time it will be possible again to do this as a hybrid conference, so with in-person conference in Frankfurt and an online streaming conference. ISPMA today has more than 2,200 members, growing nicely. We have individual membership and company membership. For individuals, it is free. If you participate in our certification exams, you become a member automatically, but you can also sign up for membership on the ISPMA website. So that brings me to the introduction and foundations part. The subject of software product management, or product management in general, is not really new. Actually, the first time this term product manager came up was already in 1931, when Procter & Gamble in the US decided to put two product managers on two different soap products. And the idea behind this was quite obvious, I would say. They considered their products, in this case the soap products, as sustainable assets of the company. And they wanted a more explicit management of these products from a business perspective in order to make them more successful. So the objective of these product managers was already at that point in time the sustainable optimization of commercial product success. And basically, that has not changed. That is still the objective of a product manager. So you want to make sure that your product is successful from a commercial perspective over its life cycle. And that includes the management and coordination of all relevant areas inside and outside of the company. Now you can say, okay, when product management has been around for 90 years, why do we need to focus on software product management? Why can't we just use everything we know about product management and just apply it to software? Well, actually, product management of software is different in a number of aspects to the product management of physical products. And let's look at some of the reasons why it is different. Number one is flexibility. So software can be easily changed and updated. And we keep doing it all the time. As long as a software product is alive, we keep changing it. That is something that you don't do in the same way, at the same pace with a physical product. When you are the product manager of a soap product, well, you may change the packaging after 3 years. And after 10 years, you may decide to change the perfume formula. But that's about it. You don't change the product itself every 3 months. You just don't do it. And this high frequency of change is something that keeps the software product manager fairly busy. And we call that requirements management and release planning. So the product manager has to decide which requirements, which changes need to be implemented when. And that takes quite a lot of effort and quite a lot of the time of the product manager to make these decisions. As a product manager of a physical product, you don't have that in the same way. Software is also highly complex. Actually, I would say that software products belong to the most complex systems that mankind has ever produced. So this combination of high complexity and high rate of change, that is a real challenge for software organizations in general and software product managers in particular. And that's what we need to manage and achieve. From a business perspective, there is an aspect that is also kind of special for software products, and that is stickiness. So once a software product is installed by a customer organization or widely used by a customer, in particular in B2B, it is very difficult for that customer to replace that software with something else. There is risk, there is cost. So the hurdle to replace it is pretty high. This is a good message for established software product companies, because it means unless you really make significant mistakes, you can be quite sure that your install base, your existing customers, will continue to be your customers and work with your product for longer periods of time. So that is a good base for your business. It's bad news for newcomers. So if you have a brand new software product and you want to enter an existing market, this means that it is quite difficult to replace existing products in that market. And that is also different from quite a number of other product areas. When you think of a soap product, well, there may be some customer loyalty, but it's not that strong. Customers can easily switch from one soap product to the other without any additional cost. So that is different. And even with B2C software, when you have installed an app on your smartphone and you are happy with that app, would you switch to a different one? Probably not. Well, some people do anyway. But I would say that the majority of users continues to use the product also in the B2C market as long as they are happy with it. Another aspect of software is that it's very easy to copy software. With software, production and logistics, manufacturing does not really play a significant role. Yes, there is still a retail channel, but that is not really very, very important. So most software these days is just downloaded over the internet. That is also very different to physical products, where manufacturing and logistics plays a major role. Not only in terms of what product managers have to think about and focus on, but also in terms of the financial picture, the financial model of the product. The cost of manufacturing is a major factor on the financial side for physical products that does not play a role when we talk about software. With software, it's primarily the cost of development. So that means that the marginal cost of software products, in particular licensed software products, is close to zero. So that means if you manage to get a new customer, there is very little cost that comes with giving your software to that customer. So you could say that any additional license goes directly to the bottom line. And that's not the case with physical products. When we talk about software as a service, it may be a bit different. You have the hosting cost for running the software, but even that is relatively small compared to manufacturing cost for physical products. So even with software as a service, the statement is still true that the marginal cost is close to zero. In particular, when you implement software as a service in a multi-tenancy mode where multiple customers are serviced based on the same runtime instance of your software. One aspect that is also important for software products is the law of increasing returns. And this is also related to network effects, something that I talked about with Sangeet in the previous session. So this means that market leadership itself turns into a key success factor. The more people are already using your product, the more attractive it becomes. Think of social media platforms like Facebook. The more people they already have on the platform, the more attractive it becomes for additional people to join the platform because all their friends are already there. That is also true for B2B products. So for a CIO of a corporation, it is a much safer bet to go with the market leader than with some startup. So market leadership also plays a role in B2B. So all these special characteristics of software have a direct impact on the job of the software product manager. That's why software product management is different in quite a number of aspects from product management of other types of products. And this role of software product manager becomes more and more relevant across industries. Traditionally, it has been a role in software product companies, and almost all larger software companies have this role. But we also see it more and more in other industries where companies realize that software is turning into their main value driver inside their products. So software is no longer only the back office infrastructure for the business. It is becoming more and more an integral part of the products themselves. Think of the car industry. Lots of software inside cars. Airplanes, lots of software inside. So these kind of industries, also manufacturing industry, banking, in these industries, software has become so important as a value driver that they want to focus on the software. And that's why a lot of these companies establish the role of software product manager inside their software organizations. We also see that in professional service organizations, some of them want to establish a software product business in addition to the established professional service business. And our Platinum conference partner, Infosys Finacle, is a great example for that. So Infosys has been a professional service company for a long time, very successful, but they do have a software product business in addition to the professional service business, and Finacle is their oldest and highly successful product. We also see this in corporate IT organizations where companies have started to look at the applications in their portfolios as products. So some of these corporate IT organizations have also established product managers for the applications in their portfolios in order to manage these applications with a longer term perspective, not just the next project, but really the life cycle orientation for these applications. That leads to a couple of definitions before I go into this. Do you have any questions? No questions in the chat. Okay, so let me continue. So what do we mean when we talk about product? This is the definition that we work with. So we say a product is a combination of goods and services which one party combines in support of a commercial interest and transfers defined rights to a second party, which is called the customer. So in B2C, the second party is an individual. In B2B, it is a company. We talk about defined rights because with software, it's a bit different to physical products. When we say we sell a product, well, in the case of a physical product, the buyer becomes the owner of that physical instance of the product. With software, the buyer does not really become the owner. What the buyer buys is really the right to use the software. So from a legal perspective, that's a bit different. And when we talk about software as a service, the buyer does not even get the code. The buyer just gets access to the software that runs under the vendor's responsibility. When we talk about commercial interest here, it does not necessarily mean payment. So these days we see a lot of commercial software offerings on the internet for free. Think of the Google search engine. Now, when we define product in this way, then we can say a software product is such a product whose primary component is software. Now, the term primary is subject to interpretation. What is primary? So when you think of a smartphone, you could say that the software that runs on that smartphone is the number one value driver for this thing. But still, we do not consider smartphones as software products. We consider them as physical devices. So that's what I mean by interpretation. Whereas when we talk about an app that you download onto your smartphone, that is clearly a software product, and it's similar with games, where the console is more like a physical device, and the individual game is a software product. We define software product management as the management of software products and also of software parts of software-intensive products. So that can be systems or services, when we call these parts also embedded software. SPM is the discipline that governs the product or part over its whole life cycle. So from the start phase, when you develop the first version of the product, through the growth phase, the maturity phase, to end of life, that's what we look at as the life cycle. And over this whole time frame, we want to make sure that we generate the biggest possible value to the business. So these are really the two most important terms: the focus on business value and the life cycle orientation. So the job of the software product manager is not just focused on the next release of the product. You really need to have a longer term perspective, and it's a business role. It's not just a technical role. You really have to think about the business side and the value that you contribute to the business of your organization. As a product manager, you have lots of interfaces internally with research and development, with sales, with your own board, but also externally with customers, with partners, with the market in general. So this can be quite overwhelming, and it's part of your job as a product manager to continue to stay on top of this. You need to set your own priorities, and you need to focus on what is most important at any given point in time. So this kind of self-prioritization is a major factor of being a product manager. The role is really a central leadership role for all aspects that concern the product. In the literature, you can often find the term mini CEO. Not everybody agrees to this term. What it means is that, like the CEO of the company, you as the product manager have the full business responsibility for your product. Of course, there are some differences to the real CEO of the company. So as a product manager, you typically do not have a hierarchical management position, but you rather have to work as a moderator across the management structure, the organizational structure of your company. Whereas a CEO is in a hierarchical management position. So that is certainly a difference. Well, when you look at the SPM framework and you expect a product manager to be an expert in all the areas that you see in that framework, you end up with a skill profile that is so broad that nobody could meet it. So that does not really make sense. And that is not really required. So what is important for a software product manager is that you have the management capabilities to act across the organization. And you may have some deeper knowledge and experience in some areas, but not necessarily in all of them. You need this business acumen. So you need to understand the business aspects of your product and your organization. You also need to understand how development works, because that's probably your most important interface within your organization. You do not need to be an expert developer. That's not the point. But you need to understand how software development works so that you can talk to developers and understand what they are telling you. And then if you are responsible for application software, it is also helpful to have some domain knowledge for that application. So how do customers use the software? So these are the most important requirements for a software product manager. And that's challenging enough, but it does not mean that you have to be an expert in everything. When you work on a bigger software product, there may be multiple product managers working as a team. And then there are alternative ways how to split up the work in those teams. But typically for smaller products, there is just one product manager having the full product management responsibility for the product, and that covers all the aspects that you saw on the SPM framework. The role comes under different names. We use the term software product manager, and you find that very frequently in the industry, but there are also other names for that role. So some companies call them program managers. Some companies call them solution managers. IBM a few years ago started to call them offering manager. Product managers in IBM don't like that at all because it sounds like a sales role, which it is not, but they decided to use that term. So from that name, you cannot always say what is really behind it. You really need to ask a couple of questions before you really understand what is the role. All right. Any questions so far? There is a question from Gaurav. Which are basic minimum technical areas are necessary for a PM handling physical products to make a transition into an SPM company? Yes, that's a very good question. I talked about the differences between software and physical products. So that is a starting point. You really need to go into these special characteristics of software and understand them so that you know what is different about software in comparison to the physical product that you are used to. You also need to learn about software development. Development of software products these days works in ways that are quite different to how hardware is developed. Most hardware companies still use the good old waterfall model for good reasons, but in software, a lot of different methodologies have come up over time that companies use in place of that waterfall model. So you need to understand how development works in terms of methodology, and also in terms of what is it that the architect, the technical architect, is doing, what is it that developers are doing. So spending a few days inside the development team and looking over their shoulders can be helpful to get a better understanding of what software development means. So I would say these are the important areas that you need to look into if you want to make the transition from hardware to software. All right. I hope, yes, you're welcome, Govav. So let me go back here. Now I would like to briefly talk about these areas. First, product strategy, then product planning, strategic management, and orchestration, to give you a quick overview. Of course, all of this is covered in much more detail in our trainings. So, and also in the IIMB course on software product management that Haragopal Mangipudi is giving. So this can only be an overview. So let's start with this product strategy column. This column is really about decisions that the product manager has to make that have a longer term impact on the product. And then once these decisions are made, then product planning is about implementation. Of course, there are feedback loops between planning and strategy, in particular in early stages of product development, when you still want to find out what the product should look like. How can you achieve the right product market fit? Then you need these cycles, these iterations to really get answers to this question. But once a product is established in the market, has a larger number of customers, then it's a more stable environment. The product market fit has been found. You may want to change, for example, your product definition over time. Maybe you want to extend it, but that is different from this early stage. Under product strategy, we look into this product definition. What is the product? And its positioning. So how can we position the product in its target market so that customers or potential customers understand what is the value proposition of our product? What can they get from using our product? Delivery model. That's how we provide the product to customers. So for example, is it as a licensed product or is it as software as a service? Service strategy, that is about professional services that we provide in addition to the software itself. Ecosystem management, so who are the players around us that have an impact on the product and its success in the market, and how can we manage the relationships with these players. Sourcing, so where are the resources for primarily for developing the product, internal resources, external partners. Then the subject of pricing. So what is the pricing approach? What is the price that we ask for? Financial management in more general terms. So what is the financial picture of the product today and over time, both in terms of cost and revenue and profit in the end? Then we need to look at legal aspects and the management of intellectual property. And last but not least, the management of the business performance of our product. What are the measurements that we want to look at? And what are risk factors that we need to be aware of and that we need to manage over time? You may be familiar with the term business model. So that term has become quite popular over the last couple of years, but it's not a new concept. A business model describes how an organization creates, delivers, and captures value, or in short, how a business makes money. And ever since we have had businesses over the last couple of centuries, business models played a role. Think of the retail business that has been around for hundreds of years. Today, there is an increased focus on the subject, and that is primarily due to the internet as a platform. The internet has enabled new business models, significant new business models, disruptive new business models, and that's why people focus on it so much. And that has led to a situation where business models are no longer only looked at for companies, but also on a product level. A lot of companies these days use different business models for different products in their product portfolios. The way a business model can be described, one of the ways is called the business model canvas. This was developed by a Swiss guy named Alexander Osterwalder, and he published a book on this 10 years ago. And this is the original canvas that he introduced. So at the center of the canvas, you see the subject of value propositions. What is the value that we can provide to customers? That is tightly linked to customer segments that you see here on the right side. So if you come to the conclusion that you need to look at different customer segments, you may also find that your value propositions for these different segments may also be different. So these two elements of the canvas are linked. How can you get to these customer segments? So that's what channels are good for. You may use a direct sales channel, but you may also want to work with external channel partners like resellers. There may be some special customer relationships that can help you to become more successful. And all of this results in revenue streams. That's on the bottom right of the canvas. On the left side, we look at what is needed to develop our offering so that we can really provide the value that we have identified here. So what are our key activities? Which resources do we need? Which partners do we need to provide this value? And all of this results in cost, which you find at the bottom left corner. So that is basically the idea of the business model canvas, similar to our SBM framework. So the idea is I have one piece of paper which I can use to explain how my business model works. This business model canvas is kind of equivalent to most of the elements that we have here in the product strategy column. So we really design the business model when we look at the product strategy. There is a question. Kiran asks, are business models part of the delivery model in product strategy? No, they are not. The business model is really the combination of these different elements of the product strategy. You see here pricing, for example, which is directly linked to the revenue streams in the business model canvas. So the business model is really not linked to only one of these elements of the product strategy, but really to the combination of all of them. Let's have a brief look at the subject of pricing. Well, in quite a number of industries, the dominant pricing approach is cost-based. Think of hardware products. They usually use the cost of manufacturing as the base of their price calculation. So they calculate what does it cost to manufacture one instance of this physical product, and that's the amount that they use to calculate the price. So they add a general cost margin to that cost of the instance. They add a profit margin, and that's how they calculate the price. And then they have to think about how they can justify that price when they talk to customers. This does not work for software, because with software, there is no real significant cost for the customer-specific instance, at least not for standard products. So what we use with standard software products is a value-based approach, where we need to understand the value that our product provides to a customer, and then we use that value to calculate the price. And of course, then we have to make sure that the cost is in line with the revenue that we can generate. Otherwise, it would not be a profitable business. So that's basically the idea of value-based pricing, that you start with customer value, you identify the parameters that drive customer value, and ideally you use the same parameters in your price metric. So, for example, if you think of a transaction-based system, like a reservation system for hotels or airlines or rental cars, then the number of transactions is typically the parameter that drives the value for the customer. The more transactions that the customer has on that system, the higher is the value on the system. So if that's the result of your value analysis, then you can use that parameter, the number of transactions, also in your price metric and calculate the price for a specific customer based on the number of transactions that the customer will have on your system. That's just an example. There are lots of other alternatives for parameters that you can use in value-based pricing. But the core of this is really the analysis of how customer value is generated when the customer is using your product. This value-based pricing approach is explained in what is called the strategic pricing pyramid. And you see here at the bottom of this pyramid, the value creation. That's where you analyze customer value. Then you define your price structure, primarily the metrics, how to calculate the price. And the better you mirror the value creation in your metrics, the easier the third level here becomes the communication part, because then you can explain to your customers that your price is directly related to the value that they get from your product. On the level 4 here you see pricing policy. So these can be governance rules, negotiation tactics. And then on the top level, that's where we set the price in money. So if our metric says, for example, for an airline reservation system, we calculate the number of reservations and multiply it with a base price factor, then the base price factor is set here. And maybe we say, okay, we charge $1 per transaction, per reservation. And that would be the formula, the metric, how we calculate the price for a particular customer. The next part is product planning. That's this column here. And like I said, product planning is really more about the implementation side. So how can we implement what we want the product to be? That has different layers. So at the bottom layer, we look at individual product requirements. That's where we make decisions about requirements. Do they make sense? Do they provide additional customer value? And once we have done that analysis, we can do release planning and decide which requirements do we want to implement when. Road mapping is on a higher level. So the roadmap is really directly related to our product strategy. And in the roadmap, we try to map the decisions that we have made as part of our product strategy onto the time axis. So when do we want to implement what over a longer period of time? The release planning looks at the next release of your product. The roadmap looks more at the strategic time frame, maybe 3 years or 5 years or whatever your strategic time frame is, and tries to map your strategy decisions onto that time frame. When you work in agile environments, for example, internet platforms, some of them do not really work with big releases anymore. They may work with continuous development and deployment, but you still have to make decisions what you want to implement when. Of course, for all these activities, customer insight is most important. You want to make sure that you understand the customers, existing and potential customers, how they can get value from your product, how they use your product, or what they need for their business. That's what customer insight is about. There is a question. Kieran is asking, is customer insight not needed at product strategy for positioning, pricing, etc.? Yes, I agree. So, of course, for product strategy decisions, you also need a good understanding about your market, your customers. So the results of customer insight play a role on both sides, both in product planning and in product strategy. Absolutely. All right. Well, when we look at product planning, the traditional approach has been requirements driven. So, and that is still relevant in a lot of areas. Think of legal or regulatory requirements, technology requirements, back-end functionality of software. That is typically requirements driven. But over the last couple of years, different approaches for product planning have come up. One of them is what we call data analysis driven. So that's where you do not know exactly what the requirement looks like. And you try to find out by conducting experiments. There is uncertainty, and you experiment basically in cooperation with your customers in order to find out what is the best way to implement something. So think of approaches like A/B testing in internet environments, where you have two different implementations of something, and you give one implementation to one set of customer and the other implementation to the other set of customer. And then you compare how these customers use the different implementations and what the outcome is of that. And then you make a decision which implementation is better. And so you want to keep it in the product, and which one do you discard? When we talk about artificial intelligence, that's where you need a data input driven approach. So machine learning requires a lot of data that is fed into the machine learning engine so that the engine can learn and improve over time. So as a product manager, you have to deal with that environment as well. And when we talk about three different approaches here, it does not necessarily mean that you can select one of them and that's it. So what we are seeing more and more is that for different parts of your product, you need to apply a different approach. So you may have back-end parts of your product that need a requirements-driven approach. You may have front-end parts of your product that need a data analysis-driven approach. And you may have artificial intelligence components in your product that need a data input-driven approach. So as a software product manager, you really need to learn about these three approaches, and you need to become able to apply whatever is the right approach for a given situation and for a given part of your product. Well, we already briefly talked about customer insight. So this is really about understanding the customer's problems, the customer's environments. What are the jobs to be done for the customer, or in B2B for the individual users? This information is not only relevant for the product manager, but also for the whole product team. So when you manage to get information on this, you better make sure that that information is fed into the team, that there are discussions with team members, with stakeholders, that this information is used for requirements analysis and business modeling. And so this is not just for the product manager. And I fully agree, it is also not only for product planning, but it also has an impact on strategy aspects of the product. Well, when we talk about requirements engineering, this is a typical process for requirements engineering and release planning. I don't want to go through this in too much detail. This is a state model that describes the steps. The bottom part is what we call requirements management, and the upper part here is what we call release planning. So release planning starts where you make these selection decisions, which requirements you want to have in the next release of your product. There are different scenarios that define which, let's say, techniques you can apply. And what we have done here is we have created or defined 4 scenarios, and we are using these boat names for these scenarios. The criteria for building these scenarios who is in charge of the runtime environment? Is it the vendor or is it the customer? So with licensed products, it is typically the customer. With software as a service or internet platforms, it is typically the vendor. When the vendor is in charge, you can use techniques that allow a faster time to market. You can just deploy changes in your runtime environment whenever you want. That's the speedboat scenario, where you have an existing product and you just deploy changes. So that's the second criterion here. Where is the product in its life cycle? Is it new product development, or are we looking at an existing product? When the runtime environment is under the customer's control, customers usually do not want to change the software in their environments too frequently. So this time to market is usually a bit slower than it can be in vendor-controlled environments, and that's why you need different techniques in these different scenarios. When we talk about roadmaps, that's what a real-world roadmap can look like. This is an example here from Microsoft Dynamics, and they just show over the time axis what is it that they want to do in the different releases of this product. So that's just an example for a roadmap that is used externally. Internally, roadmaps can be more detailed and contain more information than you see here. There is another question. Yeah, NAV, that's an old term. It stands for Navision. Navision was the company that produced this product initially, and then Microsoft bought them, and they renamed this, but they kept NAV in the name. That's a reference to the original company, Navision. Well, then we have product lifecycle management. So that's really where you look at where is the product in its life cycle. And this is a representation here of what product life cycles look like. So on the left side, this is the start phase where you create the initial version of the product. You introduce it in the market. If it's successful, you get into this growth phase. But at some point in time, the growth of your revenue will not continue like that anymore, and you get into the maturity phase. And then at some point in time, the product may become old-fashioned and not up to date anymore, and it gets into the decline phase. And eventually you need to withdraw the product, and hopefully you can replace it with something new. So dependent on where the product is in this life cycle, as a product manager, you need to make decisions, and you need to focus on different aspects. So that's what life cycle management is about. We have 10 minutes left, so I just give you a brief summary of strategic management. As I told you in the beginning, these are the aspects that are done on a corporate or business unit level. They are usually not under the product manager's responsibility, but the product manager is often involved in this. For example, portfolio management, where the company decides how much they want to invest into which product in the portfolio. So as a product manager, you may be involved in these discussions, and you may represent your product in these discussions. So that's just an example of these elements of strategic management. You also see compliance management here. So this is both about regulatory compliance, but also ethical compliance. So you remember we talked about that earlier today. All of that is here in compliance management. Usually the decisions regarding ethical standards or regulatory requirements that are relevant are made on a company or business unit level, and that is then something that the product manager has to take care of when defining the product strategy or making product planning decisions. Well, and the last part is really the orchestration part. These functional areas of the company here on the right side are not under the direct responsibility of the product manager. The product manager's task is really the orchestration. And that means, as a product manager, you have to make sure that all the other players in those functional areas support your product in the best possible way. And you need to do whatever is needed. You need to convince them. Sometimes you have to persuade them. Sometimes you have to enforce things. You may have to negotiate. And if nothing helps, maybe you have to escalate in order to get a decision. So all of that is part of this orchestration role. When we look at the interface between product management and development, the development methodology plays a role how that interface looks like. So that's another reason why, as a product manager, you need to understand what is the methodology that your development team works with. And this is just to explain 3 categories of methodologies. Traditionally, the waterfall model that we know from hardware development has also been applied to software development. And the idea behind this model is that you can fully specify at the beginning of the process what the end result should look like. And then you go through a stage gate process where you finish one phase before you enter the next phase. That has always been a kind of theoretical model because, of course, when you find a bug in the test phase, you have to go back to coding or even to design to fix the bug. So there have always been iterations in practice in that model, but the theory says that it's a stage gate model and you can go through it like this. In the 1980s, iterative models came up, which acknowledged that there are these iterations here between coding and testing. But the assumption still was that you could specify the end result at the beginning. That changed when agile methodology came up in the 1990s. Agile means a paradigm shift. Agile no longer assumes that you know at the beginning what the end result looks like. Agile is more like a learning process where along the way you learn what the end result should look like. So you have these iterations here across all phases, from analysis to test, and you go through these iterations repeatedly in order to come up with the optimal end result. That is a very different approach compared to the previous ones. So that does have an impact on how you can cooperate with your development team. Now, when you look at what is being used in the industry, this survey helps. This is an annual survey done by a US company called Version 1. And these are the latest results from last year. And here the question was, what is the percentage of teams in your organization that use an agile approach? 5% says none of our teams are agile. 44% say less than half of our teams are agile. 33% more than half of our teams are agile. And 18% say all of our teams are agile. So what this tells us is that the majority of organizations use different methodologies in parallel. And from a product management perspective, that means that you need to cooperate with development, whatever the methodology is that they are using. So you need to understand the methodology, and then you need to manage the cooperation, you manage the interface with development accordingly. All right. We do not have the time to go through all of these elements here. That is part of our courses and trainings, but you can imagine that there are lots of topics that are relevant from a product management perspective and need special consideration. So let me wrap it up. I hope it has become clear that we see software product management as an entrepreneurial activity with the objective of sustainable commercial success over the product lifecycle. How you implement product management depends on a number of factors that need to be taken into account. Our trainings and courses can help you. There is a lot of literature on the different aspects of product management. So the bibliography has grown significantly over time. There is much more today than there used to be, which is good. And that gives us a little bit of time for questions. So, do you have any additional questions? Okay, no questions. So I hope this has been useful for you to get an overview of what software product management is about. Please send questions if you have them later. You can contact me via email. Let me share the address here with you. So here you see my address. Feel free to contact me or to connect on LinkedIn. And I hope that you are enjoying this SPM Summit, that it is valuable to you. And oh, here's a question: dates and price for the training. You can find information on my website. Currently, I offer online trainings. I hope that in the near future we can do trainings again as in-person trainings. Also in Bangalore, I have already done quite a number of trainings in Bangalore. So at the moment, there is nothing scheduled yet due to the uncertainty of the corona situation, but I hope that will change quickly. All right, with that, I thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care.